Hey everyone, welcome to the 111th edition of DF Direct Weekly. This is, as usual, our weekly show about the latest gaming and technology news, which is fortunate because we've got so much of it to talk about this week. And I'm happy to report that looking over the news topics here on the docket, we shall not be discussing the crisis state of PC gaming. Although when we get to the supporter questions, who knows what's going to happen there. Right, Alex Battaglia?
Yeah. This has been a cleansing week where I have not been looking at reviews. I've not been looking at the disastrous releases. I'm just looking at something fun and interesting. Isn't that great? Having joy in your life.
Absolutely. And certainly lots of interest this week, right, John Lindemann?
Yes, indeed. And we're going to talk about a Sea Wizzy special, which I'm sure he is not enjoying right now, given that it's for that Nintendo system. But we're going to talk about it.
Absolutely. Okay, let's move on to the first news topic. And yes, it's a big week for Nintendo this week as The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is finally released. And wow, John, you took point on the coverage for this one. I've got a big question in my head, but first of all, before I pose that, what do you make of the reaction to the game and how it sits with your review?
So largely the reaction has been very positive. There has been people that aren't necessarily into it, as with any game, but the general response online is one of excitement. And part of that excitement, I think, stems from the fact that Nintendo released this game in an exceptionally solid state. And that's not something we're seeing a lot these days, right? Big AAA games are hitting regularly, and they are very difficult to create, no doubt. But these products are being sold at full price, and they're shipping with major bugs, major issues, crashing, poor performance. It's been absolutely occupying our channel over the last few months, especially on the PC. It's not good. And then this comes along, and it's absolutely just gigantic in terms of scope, the complexity of all the integrated systems and the way everything interacts. It's the kind of stuff we don't really see that often anymore. Like most open world games, you look at like Horizon Forbidden West, you look at any Assassin's Creed game, you look at like The Witcher. They're beautiful worlds, more technically impressive from a visual standpoint than anything that you see on the Switch, but they're very static worlds, right? And what Zelda really pushes is that interactivity, the physics-driven gameplay. It's the kind of stuff that developers promised back in the late aughts. Crysis, Far Cry 2, that kind of stuff. That really impresses me, especially that they're able to do that on this rather underpowered system. And it does a good job by and large. So, yeah, I mean that alone is very impressive, on top of the game itself being pretty darn good, especially since I actually bounced off of Breath of the Wild initially. I felt it was a little bit overly aimless at points. There wasn't enough in terms of narrative beats. The Guardians weren't that interesting, small, constrained. They didn't satisfy that itch for proper Zelda dungeons. Tears of the Kingdom doesn't necessarily go all the way there, but there's so much more to the level design this time. Even the paths leading up to those sections are fascinating. There's the whole underground world, the above ground world. It's basically like a hamburger of Zelda goodness. Hyrule is this juicy, not well done, but I would say medium rare kind of burger in the middle, and then you have the bun with the sesame seeds on top, which is the Sky Islands, and then of course you have the slightly singed bottom bun, but still crunchy and delicious. So it's a wholesome meal, is what I'm trying to say.
I love this.
Okay, well, with that being the case, was the day one patch like the fries or the relish? Because let's be honest here, there were a lot of concerns about performance of the game based on the preview footage that went out. And you showed some of that in your video. It was pretty shocking. And you were saying that the game actually looked pretty unstable when you got it. So it was kind of like a sort of last minute parachuted in performance upgrade, which I suspect might be linked to that curious DRS system.
Yeah, so this is a tricky one because I received access to the game while I was still visiting the US, and I didn't get a chance to spend much time with this pre-patch version on the TV yet. I did a little bit when I got back, but then the patch hit. And the thing that really caught my attention there was right away, like right at the beginning of the game, you run out to the Sky Islands, you're turning the camera around, and it's just dropping to 20 frames per second everywhere, right? Even when nothing's happening, it was just dips all over the place. And I immediately got that sinking feeling that, oh man, this might actually be too much for the Switch to handle, too big for the Switch. It felt that way, right?
I was waiting for that.
And it was consistent with the preview footage, which was equally poor, right? But then magically this patch arrives, and I've learned not to put a lot of stock in these performance patches, because usually when you do that, you walk away disappointed, especially when they explicitly say we've improved performance, and then you load it up and it's like, oh, it's actually slower. Jedi Survivor.
It's like the boy who cried wolf. Every time a new patch comes along, there are performance upgrades, and there aren't, and sometimes there are even performance regressions.
That happened with The Witcher 3.
When one comes along, you don't believe it.
Exactly. And that's the case here, because, I don't believe there were any patch notes specifically. Nintendo doesn't do that. They don't want people to peek behind the curtain, right? But they did it. It fixed so many issues. It's not perfect. It still slows down when there's, lots of physics interactions with the quote unquote ultra hand feature, as they call it, which sounds a little spicy.
It sounds silly.
I like that, but just exploring the world is now perfectly stable. And that's a huge improvement over that pre-release build. And in fact, that's something that's prompted us to track down a physical copy of the game so we can play it on a Switch without the patch, and hopefully then benchmark that, right? That would be great, because I want to try to actually put some numbers to this and see just how much of an improvement we're really talking about here.
And also then double check if the DRS system is maybe the main thing that's making this work better.
Right.
At launch,
So
right?
DRS was always in the game, I would imagine, and it was in Breath of the Wild. But the way it works here was interesting in that, like I said in the video, in many cases, you'll see it when the camera is in motion, the resolution is at a lower point, usually around 720p. Sometimes it's like slightly above 720p. The pixel counts are kind of weird in this game, as you saw, Alex.
Yeah.
But
when life's not sweet, it stinks. So Native's pulling something new from the jar. A sugar-inspired treat your sweet tooth and juice.
Then as soon as the camera stops moving, it jumps right back up to basically 100p. And then on top of that, you seem to have FSR 1.0, which is the spatial upscaler. So you're not actually getting real extra pixel data, right? But it does have the contrast adaptive sharpening. I've already seen people commenting like, wow, this looks too sharp on my screen and it's kind of noisy. And yeah, that's FSR1 with contrast adaptive sharpening. That's just what you get. But yeah, I mean, what else do you guys think of this based on what you've seen thus far? I know that you've not played it, but you've seen the coverage. Any questions, thoughts? I'm curious.
I have many questions, John. I mean, I'm really interested, actually. It was a point put forward by Leftist Hominid, one of our supporters, who actually wanted us to test the game on the old Switch and the one with the new processor, because the new processor also comes with lower latency RAM, so there might be a CPU advantage there worth taking a look at. Also, it looks like the frame drops that remain do seem to be physics related, which is related to the CPU, so there could be some interesting things to be doing with overclocking there, because there's a ton of overclocking headroom on the CPU side of things on the Switch. So maybe we'll take a look at that, as long as the Force Ghost of Miyamoto isn't going to stop us or ban the video or whatever.
They may try.
Whatever.
But I got to ask the question. Maybe it's a question to put to you, Alex.
Sure.
Because, well, I'm going to go back to the whole too big for Switch fiasco / debacle. Where we were looking at that footage, it looks too clear. We were talking at the time, the volumetrics looked better than what you'd imagine the Switch could do. Where do you stand now, having seen at least footage of the game versus that presentation?
Well, I think the most enlightening part, even beyond looking at that trailer, was actually John putting it right next to the original game, which, don't take me wrong here, I'm not trying to be mean, but it's interesting to see how little technical evolution there is from essentially what is a Wii U title. So, like, usually, like, if we look at, I don't know, Call of Duty Ghosts versus Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, something like that, where we saw a really big technical underpinnings and visual change in a series of games over time. Here we're seeing mostly the same visuals and a very similar performance level, which is kind of interesting. So it might actually just imply that the Switch was already kind of tapped out in a really smart way for the original game. And here it's tapped out as well too, in some very, very similar way. So I thought that was interesting. And it does tie into what we said about the original, like there's that original Breath of the Wild trailer, which also has like a way denser overworld and like grass density that's like way higher than the launch game. And then there's this one too, where the first trailer, in terms of image quality maybe, as well as in terms of other aspects, does honestly look a bit better. Like John said in his video. And we should definitely call it out, just like John did call it out, because, we always want to see games being presented as close to the final product as possible within reasonable ways. But that's the way it is. I'm just actually really happy about this game bucking AAA trends. Like John was saying, like in the mid 2000s, systems driven gameplay was a big deal. You've got your Red Faction Guerrilla, you've got your Crysis, you've got your Far Cry 2, and then that disappears mainly from the AAA space, and then wanders over to the indie AA space where survival games and sims and construction games exist, but everyone's just making these really static and or linear adventures. And then this is doing something different, which I'm really happy about. It may not be a game for me, but I really think its ambition
I actually think you might enjoy this, Alex. And there are, well, you should try it the way Alex likes to play.
I'll give it a try.
If you know what I mean.
I will do it the way. I will play it the way Alex likes to play games.
I will say, though, the trailer thing that you mentioned, that was also something we observed with Bayonetta 3 that I mentioned in that video, right? If you recall, the trailer for Bayonetta 3 exhibited higher image quality and a perfectly stable 60 frames per second. That was not achieved by the final game by any stretch of the imagination. And that makes two titles at least where it feels like the marketing materials were slightly misleading, which is kind of a bummer. And I'm surprised that they've gotten away with that now, especially in this age where, Sony's become exceptionally clear with every piece of footage they show, right? Labeling it. And even Phil Spencer on that interview we discussed last week from the Kind of Funny Xcast, or whatever it's called, he specifically mentioned how they also want to do a better job in terms of labeling pre-release gameplay for what it is, right? And somehow Nintendo is kind of stepping away from that a little bit, it feels, with those, at least with those two games. And I'm not cool with that.
Absolutely not. I'm curious about how wanting to do better becomes part of the equation. Just do better. Just put the labels up.
Yeah, true.
What's the problem? I've actually got a supporter question for you here, John. Good morning, Digital Foundry. This question is for John. This one's from DVS Lib, by the way. John, I enjoyed your review of Tears of the Kingdom. Towards the beginning of your video, you noted how it's a direct sequel to Breath of the Wild in a similar manner to how Majora's Mask was a direct sequel to Ocarina of Time. But I think it's worth pointing out Majora's Mask came out approximately 1 year after Ocarina of Time. The development for Tears of the Kingdom has taken approximately as long as the game it was built on / around. Without spoiling things for us, what have you seen, John? I like this. John, in Tears of the Kingdom, that has made you go, I see why this took 6 years to develop. Maybe it's the sheer number of classic dungeons. Maybe it's just the fact it runs on Switch at all. Keep up the great work, Digital Foundry. Thank you. I think it's not quite sort of appreciating that modern games are orders of magnitude more complex than the older ones, right?
Precisely, yeah. I mean, modern game development simply does take that much more time. And in a game like this, even if you're just expanding upon elements you've done before, there is a lot of new stuff in this, but the amount, imagine the amount of testing and design and iteration required to create a game like this, right? Like, it's an orders of a magnitude more complex than anything from that era of game, and making that is difficult. So in terms of actual landmass and the types of content you experience, so yes, it does include the world of Hyrule, which has seen many changes, but the Sky Islands themselves are all super well designed, very interesting and intricate. But there's also that underground section, which maps out to the entirety of Hyrule as well. So they've essentially created 2 additional full maps to go along with Hyrule that you all can seamlessly move between, which is pretty darn ambitious, I would say. And that probably factors into a lot of it, on top of just all the new abilities and design elements. And some of those abilities I didn't talk too much about in the video, but like one of them that you get right away at the start of the game, it allows you to essentially look at the ceiling and like leap through the ground, and he actually does this like nice animation of like phasing through the scenery, and that allows you to like move vertically in ways that is just wild. And it feels like it would be so easy to break the game doing stuff like this. It almost feels like you're playing with a cheat code somehow. It's like the no clip power up, but it has a nice animation associated with it. And I'm actually kind of surprised and impressed that they made that one of the core functions to the game. It feels like a game that dares the player to break it, and I'm sure some people will find a way to do so, but boy, it's just that type of design is ambitious and difficult to make, so I can see why it took this long to create as a result.
Absolutely. Another thing that came up in your video was essentially that you kind of wish it was running on better hardware, and you pointed to the original trailer as an example of how the graphical feature set could be expanded, right?
Yeah. That
yeah, thoughts on that? I mean, we'll talk a bit about Switch 2 in a moment, but it's
so that original 2019 trailer, which revealed the existence of a sequel to Breath of the Wild, so this would have only been like 2 years after Breath of the Wild had shipped, and that trailer showed a cutscene that's similar to one that plays out during the intro of the game. There's a lot of different camera shots and things happen in a different way in that trailer, but there was definitely some evolution. For instance, all the dynamic lights in the scene cast shadows in that trailer. That does not happen in the final game. I wanted to show that in my video, but we weren't allowed to show cutscenes in the video, so I did not. But that's one of the changes. There was just a lot more going on with the lighting. The cell shading was a little bit more fine grain with extra like depth to it. And all like the particle lighting and the things that they were doing with that was really impressive. And the final game, not only does it not match that, but that same scene is just rendered out as a low bitrate video in the final game.
Totally bizarre.
Which I was initially concerned. Thankfully, videos are actually very rare in the game, it turns out. It's just a few key sequences. And as I suggested in the video, I'd imagine it has to do with the rapid movement between different parts of the world, right? Like, well, they'll cut from like inside this cavern to like some other village, then to showing a castle, and you know, that stuff developers usually rely on video because jumping around the world that rapidly just isn't possible in a cutscene without huge pauses between each cut. But still, they could have used higher quality video. Like, come on, it looks bad next to the real-time graphics. So, but still, one thing I actually want to discuss around this, and it's a sentiment I often see when Switch games are covered, and that you often see, like, say, oh, so you're telling me this game runs at 30 frames per second and drops to 720p, and yet it's getting these high scores, but then you have, like, this next-gen game running at 30 frames per second, like Redfall, and that gets 5s? And people are like, what's going on there? And there's actually a lot of nuance to that topic that I think is interesting. First, I mean, obviously people are judging the games themselves on a different level, right? It's not just about the graphics in that case, and they shouldn't misattribute scores to that. But I do think there is a genuine misunderstanding or inability to consider the differences in hardware platforms and what makes something impressive on one hardware versus another, right? This is one of the things that I love about doing the DF Retro stuff. It's like, you'll encounter a game on like a Sega Saturn or like a GameCube, and they're doing stuff that seems impossible for that machine, and it's absolutely mind-blowing to me. But if you were to display that it was those exact same graphics on like an Xbox Series X or a PS5, like it would be nothing. Like it would look terrible. It would be a joke. Like why would you look at that? Like it's nothing, right? Because that's lacking the complete context of what makes that impressive to begin with. And the hardware platform needs to be considered when judging the technical merits of a game. You can't look at something on the Switch and apply the same logic as like a Series X or a PS5, because the hardware is so vastly different, right? Like the capabilities of the hardware must be considered. And so yes, the Switch is judged differently than those machines because it's judged based on what its capabilities are. What Tears of the Kingdom achieves on Switch hardware specifically is extremely impressive. The game would still be very impressive on those other platforms, but if it were running at this frame rate at that resolution, I think
on those platforms
that would be a serious issue, because that's not even coming close to taking advantage of what those hardwares can do. Like that's not what you expect from them. Like when you're playing on hardware of that level, right? It's the same reason why expectations for high-end PC stuff tend to be a little different.
Yeah.
You expect more out of a 4090 than an Xbox One S, right? And
it's why when I get a PC game review and I say these textures look way worse than you should get on an 8 gigabyte GPU, that's why I say that. You know, I understand from doing this work what utilization of hardware should yield.
Exactly.
So,
and yeah. I also really like there's this hyperbole that it's very common in social media. It's been common on forums where somebody will look at a game and be like, that looks like a PS2 game, or that looks like a Game Boy game. And they're referring to like something like Tears of the Kingdom. I've seen people actually say this looks like a Game Boy game. And you're just like, I mean, it just shows a complete ignorance on the topic and understanding the difference in hardware and the way that the different hardware functions. And it's insulting to the Game Boy and the Switch at the same time. And it paints them in a bad light. It's really just bizarre, and I don't understand why people put these arguments forward, if they really believe that, or if they even remember what those things look like. And I saw another comment that was like somebody was like, well, it's more than just about the graphics, which is true. And then their comment was like, yeah, it's like people still play on a Nintendo 3DS, like sort of implying that if you're playing on older hardware, somehow that is a bad thing, which is hugely disrespectful to the medium of gaming as a whole and classic games. So I only bring that up because I see this happen every time a Switch game gets covered, and I really wonder what's going around in their head. And it also makes me question whether they even actually enjoy games, whether they care about the medium, whether they even play them. Like, those are the comments of somebody that knows nothing about games.
Well, you know, the whole thing is nonsense, really, when you think about it, right? Because, you know, not only is it a last-gen system at this point, it's a last-gen system built on 2015 vintage mobile componentry.
The Switch is less powerful than Xbox One by a lot. So, you know, it kind of speaks to the magic of the game that it actually is that successful. And remember, the Breath of the Wild massively outsold Horizon Zero Dawn, which was a graphically far superior game, right? Exactly.
It's all about it is all about the game, and it's all about, you know, the confines with which it's, you know, posted.
And
so,
I think that context is also important when discussions arise around it. Like Elden Ring, for instance, that was my game of the year last year, but given the platforms it was running on, I'm not afraid to say it was a technical mess. It ran badly. It does not run well, and there's serious problems with it. But the game itself is so well made that you can still get over it. And the only reason you complain about it is because you would like a better experience. But the fact that that is still not great from a technical perspective doesn't erase the quality of the game design, right? If you're only judging based on pure numbers, then you really have to wonder what you're even doing at that point. Like, are you actually playing the games? And that's why I've been focusing so much in my videos and reviews on this stuff to try to not just drill down those numbers, because they just aren't that important, I think. Like, they're interesting, but the quality of the game is not defined by its resolution or the frame rate. Now, everybody, they have their own different opinions on the minimum playable frame rate, right? Especially if you're a PC gamer, like anything, like 60 is considered low in the PC space now, right? Like you're like, oh, 60, I can't deal with it. Although I would argue that if you see 60 running on a CRT, still it looks a lot. It looks good. It looks freaking great. But yeah.
Wow, that was a long rant there, John.
No, I did
enjoy it.
It's I enjoy seeing that stuff, and it just constantly raises questions for me. And I'm just like, what are people really talking about here? I think there's this general perception that that they think that everyone is being unfair to something that they love, but they're not willing to actually look at the reasons for these judgments and such. And even with Zelda, I think it's a phenomenal game, but I actually side with the Eurogamer review, which was like 4 out of 5 stars, where I don't think it's the best game ever made. I actually think Elden Ring is still better than this, even though this is doing some amazing stuff as well. But I don't think you need to min-max this stuff either, right? Something can be great, super well made, very entertaining, but not every new game needs to become your new favorite game, right?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Wow, I don't really know what to make of all of that. I guess I should have a good go on the game itself, but I think we should probably at this point move on to the next news topic.
Indeed.
So this was a really interesting story that cropped up in Bloomberg this week, which is that Sharp, in its the display manufacturer, in its earnings calls, was revealing that it's secured a big contract for a new console, and the concept of a console that requires a screen essentially made people think that, hey, they've got a contract with Nintendo for the Switch 2, which kind of makes sense because looking at this report here from Video Games Chronicle, they talk about all manner of different historical associations between Sharp and Nintendo. And not only that, as soon as it was announced by Bloomberg, the reference in the Sharp documentation mysteriously disappeared. I guess we should be talking about Switch 2 then, because I can't conceivably think. I mean, Occam's razor suggests that it is the Switch 2, which is an oblique possible.
No, there's another possibility I think John's thinking about.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I have no idea if this is accurate or not, but you remember there's rumors recently about that Sony Q Lite device?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, that's potentially.
Who can say, but it should be noted that Sharp also had a relationship with Sony during the PSP era. They produced the screens for that system, so I mean, they produce screens for a lot of things as well, but, it could be something else. Maybe.
Interesting. Well, there'll be presumably, a new console with a screen coming along.
From Sharp.
Then.
With a screen.
With a screen from Sharp.
Well, let me ask you guys this, though. One of the things in that story that stood out to me is the fact that it specifies LCD, which that's a huge bummer, right? If it were Switch, if a new Switch, and they went back to LCD, like, come on now.
Yeah, I mean that technical degradation would be so weird to see over time. Like, it's not how much is the Switch OLED that much more expensive? Like, no. So, like, I don't know. It would be weird, I would think too. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what to say about all of this except interesting. I guess we could speculate a little bit about Switch 2. I mean, it's kind of been rumored at this point, or kind of mathematically calculated, that it cannot launch before April 2024, owing to the fact that it's, I believe, Nintendo's financial year. And they've said no new hardware in the financial year. I also believe that anywhere near April 2024 would be unlikely, because we would have been getting much stronger indications from the development community that kits are out and about. And some kits were out and about, but they're not anymore.
That's right.
Kind of strange, which is all a bit weird. I guess it would kind of make sense at this point simply to move it to holiday 24, and that's kind of makes sense.
Where we're at. Yeah.
That would still be 4 years though after the arrival of Series X and PS5.
Yeah. It's Nintendo does its own thing though. They're out of pace with the rest of the industry anyway at this point in time, and they obviously have a completely different audience or an overlapping audience that doesn't have the same concerns as those who just play on a PlayStation 5.
I feel like they make a good secondary platform, even for those like into PC gaming and the like. You know, having a Switch on the go is a nice thing, I think.
Well, as things will turn out, they'll be the number one of the last generation based on sales, right? They would have outsold PS4.
Absolutely.
They've a remarkable achievement.
The problem here, I think, and perhaps this explains why they've been late with the successor, is the fact that Nintendo has always faltered when it comes to generational transitions, right? Every time they have a breakout success like this, the next generation that follows never comes close to living up to what they achieved. They stumbled. So NES to Super NES, I would say that's the closest they ever came to capitalizing on the success of the prior. But N64, that was basically a failure, I would argue. It sold worse than Sega Saturn in Japan as well. There's GameCube, fantastic system, beautifully engineered, not a big success. Then the Wii, huge, gigantic, stratospheric success, right? Even though C Wizzy was not into it, it was still a success. But then the Wii U, it just, you know, we know the story with the Wii U. It did not do well. It was a failure, I think it's fair to say. And then Switch. So can they capitalize on the success of Switch? I think one of the things they need to get right, no matter what, and if they drop the ball here, it is absolutely, I feel, going to hurt their chances of success, is they need backwards compatibility. It seems like it should be a foregone conclusion, but, you know, that's not necessarily the case. And
it's not, certainly.
Right? And,
I mean, if you look at how AMD work on the consoles, they basically bake in backwards compatibility into the design of RDNA 2, RDNA 3, in order to service the consoles, right? Because it's a massive part of their business. NVIDIA has got no need to do the same in the PC space. So unless they've come up with a backwards compatibility solution for, you know, the mooted Ampere chip that they've developed for Switch 2, then it's going to be tricky, right, to actually produce that level of backwards compatibility with, like, I think it was Maxwell architecture in the Switch. So it is going to be a massive challenge for them, and who knows whether it'll actually be in there. Well, there was a great video from MVG that explained the challenge here.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely, it's going to be very, very challenging to implement full backwards compatibility. You know, it's tricky. It could be done because the software engineering talent within NVIDIA is like
sky high,
stratospherically good.
Yeah. They just need to give it the attention it deserves. I mean, the Switch was so successful that just cutting everyone off from their libraries like that's not acceptable any longer, I would say. Like, people will not stand for that.
No. Yeah.
I'll tell you something that sort of springs to mind is, do you remember on the Shield console there was actually that GameCube emulator?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And we never saw sight or sound of that on the Switch, did we?
I mean, from what I understand, Skyward Sword and the Super Mario 3D collection with Super Mario Sunshine, they did use some sort of emulation layer to achieve what they did, right? Like, it's not just a straight emulator, but emulation was in the mix.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, that's a whole different sort of topic, really, but Switch 2 is going to be a massive challenge, I think. And there have been stories from Nintendo execs kind of worried about this transition, precisely because, as you point out, John, they've kind of followed up hit with a miss. And they can't really afford to do that this time.
I guess the difference here, though, is that their leadership team is completely different versus what we've seen over the past couple decades, right? It feels like under Iwata, he was very interested in finding new and unique ways to push hardware and, like, basically shift in a different direction than the rest of the industry, right? And it feels like the new leadership is far more conservative in comparison, and they're more likely to just basically do more Switch. which is uncharacteristic of the older Nintendo, but it seems in line with what they do now. So at least on the hardware side, they still, say what you will about the software, but on the hardware side, they feel more conservative now, I suspect.
I think what amuses me is we've talked about this for maybe 5-10 minutes, and all we can really say is that it might have a sharp screen.
It might.
But it might not.
Yeah.
And with that, I think we should move on to the next news topic. Okay, so this week it was the launch event for the Asus ROG Ally. It's Asus's debut in a handheld PC space, and it's a remarkable device. Spec-wise, way ahead of the Steam Deck. It's got a 1080p, 120 hertz VRR screen. It's got an amazing acoustic assembly, and you might be wondering where the Digital Foundry coverage was for it. And that's a big story. So the story starts a couple of weeks ago where I was aware that I was heading out to where I am now, out of the UK for a couple of weeks dealing with family matters. And so I rushed to Asus HQ to pick up the device, took it home, benchmarked it, and spent a couple of days playing some games on it, as I like to do. And then I wrote up the review, filmed it, and then I bought a laptop here to finish the edit, write the review, and then I think the embargo was the 11th, 3 p.m, and we'd have our review up. So why is there no review? And the reason why, I'm going to show it with this bit of footage here that I sent to Asus. This is Forza Horizon 5 benchmark running. This is 720p TAA. And basically the benchmark run completes and it is running at 44 frames per second. However, that is with the mains plugged in. And you take out the mains, run the same benchmark, and it's 50 frames per second. And that was actually in a hot room. Since then, I've rebenched in more cooler climes, and it was actually 52 frames per second. So I couldn't really run the review, right? Because all of my performance mode benchmarks, it is only one mode that seems to be affected here, the performance 15 watt mode, but it's the most crucial mode because it's the one that actually offers decent battery life. And why is this important? So here's the Forza Horizon benchmark with the new numbers inserted. And it looks pretty healthy when you're looking at the benchmarks here. Yeah, so basically on the 15 watt versus 15 watt shootout versus the Steam Deck here, the Ally is 30% faster with this new benchmark. If I had stayed with my older data, it would only have been 10% faster. This is a much more capable chip, 4 nanometer process. 10% is kind of underwhelming. You wouldn't really notice the difference in gameplay. However, 30%, it's the difference between 40 frames per second and 52 frames per second.
Which is a huge difference in fluidity.
Yeah, so basically the review is finished, but the numbers on the all-important performance mode were taken with the mains plugged in because, it chews through battery and you had a lot of games to go through. And there are 2 different performance profiles in the performance mode, and it just does not make sense. So that's the reason there's no review this week. So I have to go back and re-bench, preferably when I'm back at home.
I wonder if this is a function of the charging system.
I don't think so, John. No, because there's also a plugged-in turbo mode. So turbo mode on the device, if you are not plugged in, it runs at 25 watts, and it chews through the battery. Just the SoC is going through 25 watts, and the actual total system draw is like 44, which means less than an hour of battery life. However, plug it in, turbo mode ratchets it up to 30 watts. And although there isn't really that much of an increase in performance, it shows that when you are plugged in, you should be getting more performance, if anything, not less.
Yeah, exactly.
This just didn't make sense.
Okay, then I don't know.
Oh God, I'm sorry, Rich.
But the device itself is really, really nice. As I said, the screen 1080p VRR window seems to be between 40 and 120 FPS, and it's really good to have that right. But make sure you have a frame rate limit. Maybe it's set to 50 or even 40. because you really want to eke out as much battery life from this thing as possible. The acoustics are incredible. The deck is quite loud, right? But this is, in 15 watt mode, it's closer to a Switch than a Steam Deck, which is
That's wild.
quite is a remarkable achievement. Even in the 25 watt turbo mode unplugged, it's still pretty quiet. And yeah, really interesting stuff. But I can't really tell you about the performance differentials versus the Steam Deck, except to say, based on my initial retests, it's looking quite promising, but there does seem to be some work to be done on the BIOS, because you shouldn't be losing performance by running from the mains. That's kind of nuts. And maybe it has been fixed. Maybe my unit just wasn't updated or whatever. But yeah, it's a really nice device, and I should hopefully have the full review done soon, because funny thing is, of course, most of the review is absolutely fine. It's just the performance mode metrics at 15 watts that are off beam. But basically, Windows is still a problem.
Yeah,
Battery life is. Yeah, you have the Armory crate, which is a front end that ASUS has added that lets you, set up your various game stores, access all of your games, change all of the power profiles, and get system specifications. Lots of things that can be done in that. There's also the command center that you can bring up at any point by pressing a button on the front of the unit, and then you can do things like change the power mode. For example, you can go from performance to turbo or whatever. You can bring on really interesting statistics on screen, real-time power consumption, frame rate, clock speeds, that kind of thing. Lots going on with this device. It does have a frame rate limiter, which on my device just didn't do anything. I had to use Viva Tuner or in-game settings to set a frame rate limit. So it does strike me that the hardware is kind of there. The software still needs some work, perhaps some BIOS optimizations to be made. But, it is a viable competitor to the Steam Deck, and it runs on Windows for good or for ill.
Is it, not knowing how everything about the driver situation or anything, is it not possible to install like SteamOS on this thing and get a Steam Deck like experience?
Well, you can certainly install Linux on it, and there are sort of offshoots of SteamOS that share a lot with SteamOS, right, Alex? I think that's the case.
Yeah, that is the case. But you wouldn't have any of the you wouldn't have like the OSD and all the things that Steam Deck has on the right hand side.
All that custom stuff, right? That makes it work.
Yeah, and also the thing that makes the Steam Deck so great is just the boot sequence and the sleep mode. That I don't think those things are shared, because that is all stuff written by Valve specifically for the Steam Deck hardware.
I'm a little. I know they want to sell that Steam Deck hardware, but I feel like they should be working with these manufacturers to get them on board with that, because then it also pushes Linux and Steam, right?
Yeah, 100%. I'm totally for that, and I would, especially because these things, like, I actually like all the things that Rich has said about the ROG Ally.
Wait, can I get your best ROG, Rich? ROG.
That was an angry ROG.
that was an angry ROG.
ROG Ally.
Like if you're playing God of War. Or on here, I feel like you need to like say it right.
I played a lot of God of War on it. Actually, something that is really interesting is that this is the first PC handheld. You have to run it at maximum warp. Actually, no. The 25 watt turbo mode, God of War's 1080p original settings, is faster than the PS4.
That's sick.
Which is kind of nuts for a handheld device with quite limited bandwidth overall. But it is coming out like 10 years after the PS4, so you would kind of hope that would be the case by now.
Yeah,
well,
it's interesting. I'm almost wondering if someone could take this SoC further with better memory situation. Actually,
yeah, more memory bandwidth. Memory bandwidth and power have always been the major considerations of the APUs, right? And that said, on the power side of things, the full turbo, the 30 watt turbo plugged in, doesn't seem to offer appreciable gains. It varies on a title by title basis over the 25 watt turbo. So 25 watt does seem to be the sweet spot. But with these revised results from the 15 watts, we do seem to be getting more performance, at lower power draws, which is what I'd expect from a 4 nanometer part. So yeah, it's a really interesting device. I really wish I could have had the review out. It did save us one issue, which is that it would have gone out on the same day as the Zelda review.
Oh, right.
Which from a YouTube algorithm content pacing perspective isn't great.
I know.
So that's kind of.
I know. I hate that kind of stuff because fundamentally, there's just still two very different audiences, right?
You'd think so, yeah.
But
yeah. But that's where we're at with the ROG Ally, and I really like the device. I think, if at 15 watts it has approximately the same battery life as Steam Deck, right? But you are getting more performance. You are having this much better quality IPS VRR screen.
Yeah.
It is quieter, but Windows.
It's Windows.
What can I say? It's Windows, and even with the launcher on there were so many scenarios where I was just happy I had a USB-C hub connected with a keyboard and mouse. Because it just seemed to get things done a lot quicker. Man. It's like fiddling about.
That's the big thing, right? Like, if you have to plug in a keyboard and a mouse, it kind of feels like it's failed a little bit.
It's not really a handheld anymore. Yeah, it's all down to Windows, and maybe there's something Microsoft can do about that, because at the launch event, they were talking about how this is great for Game Pass and stuff like that, because it actually works because it's Windows.
I mean, they have talked about wanting to improve the portable experience, but that's what they do a lot, right? So yeah, we want to improve this, but then whether it happens or not, we have to wait and see. But
yeah, how about that Windows Store?
It
right?
feels like you said, it feels like something that would benefit them greatly if they can say, hey, you can easily play Game Pass stuff on one of these devices. Like, that is huge for them, right? Like, it would be a perfect device for that.
Yeah, I mean, you just install the Game Pass client, right? Which, certainly everybody here hates with a vengeance.
Right. But if they could find a better way to deliver that stuff for dedicated handhelds, that would be optimal.
Yeah. But that's all I've really got to say about the ROG Ally at the moment. I think it's a really interesting device.
Looks great.
And the Z1 Extreme Silicon, you're not getting 50% more performance at the same 15 watts as Steam Deck. That's kind of, I guess, theoretical maximum. And I suspect the same is true for 30 watts turbo being twice as fast as Steam Deck. It's, I think, more like 50 to 70% based on various titles. It's quite difficult to do like-for-like tests with Steam Deck because they're using very different drivers.
Right.
It's often the case that the Radeon driver for SteamOS is more efficient than the AMD one on Windows, which kind of offsets the performance improvements.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I hope
hopefully the review will be out soon.
I hope people look at this kind of situation though and really understand the state of these mobile PCs and like this type of mobile hardware, right? Like, these are expensive devices where these companies could pour whatever they want into making them, and we're still only just getting to PS4 level performance, right? So anyone expecting like miracles from a new Switch, I feel like they're going to be disappointed. Like, it doesn't seem feasible to get like anywhere near like even like Xbox Series S power in a portable device, right? Like, I think we're not there yet.
Absolutely. People need to be very, very sort of wary about these claims being made for the next generation Switch, because battery life will be a priority for Nintendo. Power constraints will be much, much more onerous than they are with this thing. I mean, again, with the Asus ROG Ally, in its 15-watt performance mode, I've seen it draw up to 28 watts, which is kind of like what Steam Deck does when it's fully pushed. The turbo 25-watt mode, holy crap, there's a certain section in A Plague Tale Requiem where it was drawing 48 watts.
So, Jesus, that's insane. So
which is,
So I want to know, Rich, did you test like how fast can you drain that battery?
On the God of War benchmark 720p original settings, there's a section in the review where I just took an existing capture from my benchmark, and the benchmark is like 6 minutes long, and for 5 minutes of that benchmark I chewed through 10% of the battery, which meant that you've got a battery life of 50 minutes.
But if you
this is the turbo mode.
But what if you max out resolution, you uncap the frame rate, you crank up settings all the way, you like push it super hard? Like it feels like you could get down to under 30 minutes, right?
I don't think it would go that far. But, all I'll say is Plague Tale, 48 watts, 40 watt hour battery, do the math.
Yeah, that's true.
Or do the math, as you Americans say.
But yeah, Nintendo is not going to release a system that allows users to do that, right?
But on the plus side, what you will have, a gameplay experience is tailored for that hardware.
True,
right? Which is,
of course.
Which I think offsets that to a fantastic degree.
Indeed.
Yeah. But that's all I really got to say about the Ally at the moment. Very impressive device. It's out in June. Review hopefully very soon, depending on if I come across any more curious situations here. I will leave you with one more benchmark since I've rendered it out. Control, low settings, 720p, 15 watt Ally versus 15 watt deck, 21% faster on the Ally. 25 watts, 54% faster than the Ally, than the Steam Deck. And 30 watts, 55% faster. So this is an interesting example of where, you've really pushed the power envelope as far as you can push it, but you're getting like an extra percentage point ahead of the Steam Deck. You can't tell the difference, but in some games you can. But yeah, ROG Ally review coming soon. But that was a nice preview, I think. And I think we'll move on to the next news topic now. I'm going to start this with a question, or rather a comment or a statement from Concrete Llama, one of our supporters. I see there's a 60 FPS patch for A Plague Tale Requiem on consoles. That's it. No question. And he's right. Question. There is.
Indeed.
There is.
Very astute.
Who wants to talk? Who wants to talk about this one, Alex?
Yeah, I can talk about this because back in, when was this? November? This must have been November, right? Was it December? I don't recall. I covered this game on PC as well as looked at the improvements from a patch on the Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5 version of that game from coverage that Tom did originally covering those versions. And here, back then, it was controversial because Plague Tale was one of a number of games at that time launching at 30 FPS. And the question was, and we posted it in an article written by Rich there about, is this the return of 30 FPS? Is it inevitable?
Too big for PS5.
Too big for PS5. That's for certain. And the idea is, of course, yes, 30 FPS is inevitable because developers will want to take advantage of the new hardware in a way that necessitates, a certain frame time per frame to get a playable experience. So that's like the obvious bit. But the question back then was, is it justified? Gotham Knights, we collectively came to the idea that no, it was not justified because the game was kind of a mess. But for Plague Tale, it seemed much more reasonable, based upon everything we saw on PC in terms of CPU utilization, GPU, how it was scaling, all these things. That it all seemed really reasonable, and that's what my coverage was kind of about. Now they bring out a 60 FPS patch, and the question is, are they magicians? Are they magicians? Or is the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X that much more powerful? And this interesting story that I think Tom will be covering specifically. But if we do look at the PC version, which also got an update, there are already some clues in there about how they might have achieved 60 FPS on consoles when I said in that in that review, like, oh, they could reduce the resolution and you could probably get 60 FPS to like 1080p, for example, but the CPU could still be the limiting factor. Well, that PC update has a number of settings to control the update rate of crowds, the the update rate of rats, as well as the amount of rats that can show up on screen at any one given moment. And, there's a normal and a low setting for each of those. And, I think Tom's had some minor interaction already with this patch, and he's already found out that at least the update rate of the rats is different in the 60 FPS mode. So they're probably, so they're running at like half rate, essentially, which is a typical way to save CPU cycles. And it's used for tons of games, all over the place. So I think it's really interesting because it shows, just like how this optimization strategies aren't just always we get things running faster via unseen magic. Sometimes it actually does require corners to be cut. So that's kind of cool, actually.
Well, it's an interesting question that Tom came up with on the Slack channel yesterday, because he saw, the volume of rats running at the half rate refresh. Is it really 60 frames per second if a major component on screen is running at 30? That's an interesting question, right? Because, it is running at 60 because it's refreshing, it's re-rendering every 60 frames, but the movement of the rats is 30 and it can dominate the view, right? So there could be, not that I wish to spoil Tom's coverage, but it could look a bit disconcerting, right?
Yeah, I've always been not a fan of half refresh rate anything in terms of animations in a game. It's like, it's always bothers me. Like today I can't play the second, Dark Forces game really due to the camera mismatching issues that always really bothered me. And in so many games when this issue comes up, it just really, really bothers me. But for power constrained devices, to get at least responsive controls, I think it is a reasonable thing, as long as there's an option for the person to change that. And in the case of a Plague Tale, you do have options. You have a 30 FPS mode, you have a 40 FPS mode, as well as a 60 FPS mode. So there, I think it's a really reasonable thing for them to add in, for sure.
Yeah, I'm glad it's gone in, simply for the developer's sanity, because
oh yeah,
what I was finding online, whenever the official account from the Sobo Studios or Plague Tale gave any news at all about the game being updated, I think it received Steam Deck verification, for example, all of the replies were just 60 FPS on console when, and it actually happened, which I think is fantastic that they've actually responded to the to the user base in that regard. But I think people need to be aware that there are going to be plenty of scenarios going forward where you're not going to get 60 frames per second, and 40 may well be your lot. I think it's a bit disappointing actually that the people still don't quite get what 40 FPS means and how good it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's a weird one. I actually think this game looks fine at 30 or 40, to be honest. And it's not one of those games. It's not a fast-paced action game by any stretch of the imagination. And I say that having played it on my PC with frame gen on, so which effectively 120 FPS. But still, it looks good even at lower frame rates, I think. Please don't crucify me.
No, we're going to crucify you, Joe.
So we are going to take a look at that Plague Tale patch, and we will run some content on it, hopefully next week. I'll have to see what happens there. But in the meantime, let's move on to our final news topic. So not really wide-ranging global gaming news here, but John's gone out and bought another CRT. Take it away, John.
I had to mention. Yes, the addiction continues. I've been thinking, I'm surrounded by all these professional monitors from Sony and they look great, but what if I had a consumer television as well, just to get a different flavor, because they all use different types of tubes. Pro monitors tend to use very high TV line counts, so they're basically very high resolution monitors, right? But an older low TV line count monitor can still look pretty awesome on these games, and I wanted to experience that with a larger picture size. So I went and picked up a Bang & Olufsen BioVision 1 set, and it is a consumer set, but it was very expensive at the time of release. But it's a surprisingly nice looking display even now, I would say. So first of all, it's mounted on this It's an aluminum base with a motor installed. So when you fire up this thing, it actually rotates to the position that you set based on your preferred position. So I have it like right here. And when I sit down in the chair and power it up, the whole thing just goes, rotates to face the chair, basically, which is superfluous in some ways, but also I giggle every time it happens. It's fantastic. But then it's a consumer set with dual RGB SCART inputs. It has an LG Philips tube in it. It's obviously a lower line count than those, but I was really impressed with the video quality on this thing. And not only that, these models can vary quite a bit, these Bang & Olufsen sets, in terms of like the software installed and how you access things like the service menu. And this one, thankfully, is very, very easy. You just press menu 00 go, and you're just in there and you can adjust stuff, and it's very nice. The only thing that I noticed initially that I didn't like was that it has scan velocity modulation enabled, and anybody that's been around CRTs, that was where the speed of the beam was adjusted based on the content to sort of provide this extra false sharpening effect. But it turns out on a lot of these sets you can disable it by opening up the chassis and simply unplugging a single cable from the neck board, which I did, and I also cleaned it out in there. So the thing about this, though, is that you can get these types of monitors for like next to nothing, right? Like there's definitely a sense that if you want to get like a pro PVM, BVM kind of monitor, you're going to be shelling out now. The prices have gone through the roof. But honestly, the experience on this thing is really great. I calibrated it next to my BVM and it looks surprisingly close in many ways, and I'm perfectly happy with it. So I feel like when I'm talking about CRTs, you don't have to go out and get an FW900 or one of these pro monitors. Like, look in the consumer space, find some really nice sets there, and I think you'll be happy and surprised with it. It's fantastic for retro gaming, and with just a few adjustments, you can kind of overcome any of those flaws, right? So it's a cool option that's worth checking out, I would say. The only
sorry, John, you say that.
Yeah.
Sorry, the one thing I will say about this thing is just generally when I look on Facebook Marketplace, a lot of people are selling battered old CRTs and labeling them retro gaming screens.
I know.
Which, and then sort of charging £100 upwards for what, is effectively obsolete junk.
Let me give everyone a tip then. If you're actually like, okay, John, I want to try a CRT for retro gaming. That sounds fun. What you should do is go to a site like eBay Kleinanzeigen in Germany or Craigslist in the US or any of those sites, and you want to search by like old television or TV. You just put in like TV and you sort by like lowest price, right? The people that are selling these things, like this B&O here, it's just an older couple that this was their TV and they've upgraded to a flat panel. And they just wanted to get rid of this. They didn't put retro CRT or like they didn't write CRT. Like nobody that if you see the word CRT, it's probably going to be overpriced. But if you just look like old TV, the chances are good that you'll actually find something like this for next to nothing. Sometimes even free. They just want it out of their house, and that's the kind of stuff you need to look for.
Interesting.
But the weight issue is definitely something to consider, though.
Yes.
So this CRTs are heavy, right? But this B&O, my goodness, I read that the TV itself, the tube part, was 38 kilos, and I was like, all right, it's fine, no problem, whatever. It's heavy enough, but I can handle that.
That's so heavy.
Turns out though, that mechanical aluminum stand weighs 37 kilos, and they're connected in a way that you can't easily decouple them. So we're basically moving like a 75 kilo TV around, and that thing is freaking heavy, man. I moved it upstairs by myself, and I had to kind of go step by step. Like, I can lift it, but it's the kind of thing where you're like, man, I really don't want to hurt my back. You know what I mean? Because there is that risk when you get to that weight. So yeah, these some of these CRTs, when you go to pick them up, especially if it's a larger one, consider the weight before you go, because yeah, it can be a real burden.
Well, congratulations on your purchase.
Hey, I love it. And the chassis is so slim, it's actually shocking the way they like strategically place the tube and the casing around it. It's like half the depth of the BVM that's next to it, and the picture tube is larger, so it's cool. Sorry, I just love talking CRTs. What can I say?
No, it's great.
Okay. Let's move on to supporter Q&A. This is the part of the show where we discuss, we answer a big bunch of questions put forward by supporters. We choose the ones that we're essentially most capable of answering. And this one from 1040 STF. Hi there. My question is really simple. Do you remember the PSVR 2? Yeah, me neither. Well, seriously, what do you think that piece of where do you think that piece of hardware is going? Only 4 months after its release, there's just no new games announced. And the low sales rumors are more than concerning. Could it be PlayStation's biggest hardware flop ever? Only PC players seem to smile right now as its hack seems very close. Yay. John.
Man, what a bummer, right? Like, yeah, this was a concern I raised in the review as well, but like the hardware itself is phenomenal, but the software selection is just kind of dire right now. Sony's not doing a good job at building excitement for it. And I understand this is an expensive device, right? This is not the mass market that they're trying to reach with PS5, but you know, people are shelling out a lot of money for this stuff, and I really hope that it gets better support. Like there's over 200 games I think announced for it, plus those already released, so there is software on the way. Like we're already getting up into like N64 library levels here, but still. It really feels like they need some serious killer apps. Horizon was not it. Obviously, we've been banging the Half-Life Alyx, Boneworks, Bone Lab drum for a while. Like, just those 3 games right there would be an amazing thing to play on the PSVR 2 hardware. But it hasn't happened yet. Like, I just don't know what they do. Like, they've whittled down their studios to focus so heavily on these cinematic, like, sad dad games, I would say, that there's not as much room necessarily for VR development. It feels like not necessarily, but my great white hope right now, and this isn't going to save anything, right? But I want to see what Team Asobi is up to, the Astrobot guys. Because Astrobot's Rescue Mission is a top 5 of all time VR game, I would say, like on every VR headset that ever existed. That is, it's that good. It's so good that it's like almost worth having a headset just to play it. If they can pull off something that good again, then that is a huge deal. But I mean, I guess we just kind of have to wait for this Sony showcase thing that will likely happen in June or May or whenever that happens. But who knows? I don't know. What do you guys think about the situation?
They should have launched
more games.
Yeah, I also think they should have launched with official PC support. I mean, I have no idea. Like,
so Alex, I actually think the PC support is a little bit trickier than I initially let on, and I think it could be solved with an adapter. But just USB-C transferring video and data and all that stuff. How do you do that on most PCs? Most systems do not actually support like video out over USB-C outside of, you know, underpowered laptops, and a certain generation of NVIDIA cards had it, but they got rid of that after a certain point. I think did Turing cards have USB-C?
Our commitment to you is delivering the world's most advanced PC. Our passion for
that was the one that did, and I think it's gone from Ampere and from Ada. So like unless it's some sort of other card, there could be other.
I think some of the new AMD cards have got USB sockets on them, USB-Cs.
So, but I think to make it work, they would have to sell an adapter that essentially like plugs into, like, say, DisplayPort and then USB, and then that has a USB-C end on it that you then plug the headset into. And I think those types of adapters are going to have to be made for PC users to use this headset anyway. And I think they already exist in some form. But still, like, it's not, I don't think it's just a simple plug and play thing on most systems, but we'll see.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's what I was expecting.
No, not you.
Like, these things are just really minor hurdles to the software.
I'm not saying that. I think the general audience is thinking, well, I have a USB-C port on my PC. Why doesn't it work? Right. But it is more complex than that.
Okay. I don't really know what to say about that. I just think that the headset is probably being sold very close to cost. They probably don't make profit on it, and so the game sales would be offsetting that. But, you know, if there's no sales at all, or very low sales rather, then that's going to be problematic across the board, isn't it? It is a bit depressing because we've had nothing fantastic to say about PlayStation VR 2, even though there were some fantastic games in the launch period, simply because nothing really has turned up. It's a bit disappointing. Let's move on to the next question, this one from Hatfic. Hey DF, do you guys have any plans on doing a video where you go back to some of the PC ports that launched in a troubled state, but had significant patches since, like Callisto Protocol, Forspoken rather, T-Loop 1, etc., and see how they run now versus at launch? This question was posed by so many different people, not just Hatfic. So, yeah. Alex, I mean, there's an old saying, you don't get clean by wallowing in the mud. But it does look as though a lot of these games are now in a better state than they were when they launched, and the recent patches of T-Loop 1 do seem to be showing clear progress. Yeah. What do you think about this idea
So I think it would maybe take like a tiny bit longer than a week to make, because it's like 5 or 6 titles that I want to go back to. If it was a collection video, for example, maybe there could be 2 collection videos, I don't know, but it would be Callisto, it would be Dead Space. I would want to showcase advances as well in Returnal, because they've had a couple patches there. I would want to do T-Loop. I would want to show Forspoken being better potentially, and then of course eventually Jedi Survivor, and then there's also going to be Redfall at some point. So, and I'm not even talking about Hogwarts. So you got this many games, and that's a lot of things to cover. So for some of them, depending upon the size of the game, maybe they require their own video, like T-Loop, because
T-Loop 1, if you please.
T-Loop 1, yes, please.
You guys keep saying that. I hadn't heard that yet. T-Loop, adding the P and the 1 on there. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's good. I like it. And that one, just because I would maybe want to showcase some more than just like, the original performance versus the current performance. Maybe I'd want to go also a little bit more in depth for that one. Maybe, I don't know, maybe not also.
Well, there's a lot more to a PC port than its performance, right? It's something which is quite important in your coverage.
Yeah, like the settings being useful, the settings working, the scalability of the title. Like for T-Loop, there were so many issues.
T-Loop 1.
T-Loop 1, there were so many issues. It was on the CPU, it was on the GPU, it was in the settings, it was in the textures. Like that's a lot to cover in a collective like video. So for some of these, maybe there'll be a collective video, and then another one would be an offset video that's just itself, and it's like 10 to 12 minutes explaining the differences between launch, as well as maybe giving you a sense of what the optimized experience should be now. But the one thing is, every single one of these games, well, not every single one, but at least 3 of them, Redfall, Jedi Survivor, and T-Loop 1, maybe Forspoken, I'm not sure, because they have that expansion pack coming out really soon. Those ones are still in their patching cycle. So
yep.
I'm going to cover the game, and then a week or 2 later, they're going to change it again.
Well, maybe not within a week. I mean, we had a section on T-Loop 1 a couple of weeks ago on the direct.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
We had to cut out because literally the day we filmed, they launched another patch. So our data was out of date.
Yeah, so this is why covering these things is a little hard so close to their launch period, unfortunately. So it could be in the next couple of weeks this could happen when there's a dry spell of releases, but it could also happen more midsummer time when the patches slow down. So okay.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here. When the gunman...
Let's keep our eyes out. Yeah.
Fair enough. Let's move on to the next question. This one from Jonas Tagizade, Tagan86 in brackets. Why does DLSS 3/FrameGen produce a much smoother experience in games with lots of stutter/high CPU load? I'm currently playing Star Wars Jedi Survivor using the FrameGen mod, and I'm just amazed at how smooth the game looks compared to FrameGen off, especially in scenes where there is lots of frame rate drops/frame rate spikes. Is it the lower CPU load due to my FPS hitting the cap that is producing the smoother experience, or anything else? Or am I just fooling myself that it looks much better with FrameGen on? The reason I put this question in is because you had quite a reasonable experience, John, with Redfall with FrameGen, right?
Yeah, I did. It was
Yeah, I did.
It made it very. My first impression was actually very positive of that port. Of course, running high-end hardware, but it still had the traversal stutters, but that was the same as Xbox. But other than that, it was very fluid and smooth, and it looked and felt great, I thought. But then when you turn off frame gen and start to see what it's doing otherwise, you're like, But I'm surprised to hear that entirely, because frame gen I still find doesn't necessarily mitigate like heavy stuttering or like super inconsistent frame times. So I'm not really sure what he's seeing there. What do you think?
So
maybe it is the case, like as he says, because he's hitting the frame rate cap.
Yeah.
The actual frame rate of the native frame rate is lower than it would be running fully unlocked. Therefore, the stuttering has less to drop, if you see what I mean.
Right.
So like
the spikes would be less pronounced.
Yeah, the real variation. So let's say Jonas here is at 120 or 144, and the real CPU frame rate is about half. And the CPU frame rate is about half. So you have less variation then between the highs and the lows, which is something we need to talk. I think this VRR video that I have in my head is a really good thing to make. But there's less variation between the highs and the lows, so you don't experientially see it as easily. That's why 30 FPS caps help at times, or 40 FPS caps too. It's the same thing. It's like experiential. But also, there is the experience, and it doesn't apply to every single game completely, but depending upon how the frames are queued up and being worked on while the current frame is rendering, you could actually have an effect on the CPU related performance by unlocking the frame rate. You could have worse frame times because the CPU is currently overloaded and it's starting production work on the next frame and it has less resources to do it. So there is actually the potential for worse frame times in a fully unlocked experiences than versus a 60 FPS locked one.
Yeah, I think, sorry, Alex, I think maybe what's happening here is that he's hitting the frame rate cap. Therefore, the native frame rate is actually lower. Whereas if he was running something like, a Ryzen 3600, the CPU would be running fully tapped out. He wouldn't be hitting his refresh rate cap, and the stuttering would actually be more pronounced. The garbage in, garbage out scenario I talked about.
Yeah.
So,
I agree with all that. I agree with that 100%. I mean, I'm pretty sure Jonas, I can't forget, you've posted here before tagging about what your CPU is, and I just forget off the top of my head. But I do think having a really high-end CPU and then hitting your refresh rate with DLSS 3 is a very satisfying smoothness experience. It could be potentially a good deal smoother than a native 120 going up for the V-Sync there. So yeah, it all makes sense, but it's really CPU dependent. Sure.
Yeah, this is really interesting from my perspective as well, as we move on to the 4060s that are coming, which will be paired with less capable CPUs. So I'm kind of curious to see whether those mainstream CPUs, 12400F, 13400F, 7600, whether they'll be able to actually work pretty well with DLSS 3 at that level of hardware.
This is the funny part, is that if it's an Unreal Engine 4 game, maybe it will, because it's barely using 6 threads anyways. So, maybe, Rich, maybe.
Maybe. Okay, let's move on to the final question. This one from Gatti. Hi, DF crew. Every time a game with bizarre performance issues appears, ranging from a lack of proper multi-threading to intermittent stuttering, there's always a conversation about how QA cannot catch every bug, how it only affects a percentage of users, and how it's just a miracle that some other AAA games have proper ports or performance profile. Find it very disingenuous, especially when it's coming from the developers themselves. Could DF emphasize in future videos that these are not gameplay bugs that need specific conditions to be reproduced, but something that is true for each and every modern PC? I'm tired of publishers gaslighting us that PC parts permutations is the issue. Greetings from Georgia, in brackets, not the state. He's got a good point here, Alex, right? Because we're continually seeing statements that say things like a certain proportion of the audience, or a small percentage, or a certain percentage of the audience,
or just a percentage.
A percentage, which could be 99.99 or indeed 100, having issues with the game. And it is gaslighting, isn't it? Because, all processors will be affected by stuff like stutter, shader compilation stutter, traversal stutter. It's just a case of whether you notice it or not.
Yeah. So I'm going to just say, Oliver can bleep this. Yeah, it's complete bullshit to say that a certain percentage of users are affected by something that can only affect every user. It's the permutations issue exists. I don't want to say that it doesn't, and it does technically affect the reason why this is occurring. Permutations of PCs exist, so we get the necessity to precompile PSOs, right? If there was only one PC, like a Mac or whatever, maybe, then you wouldn't have this necessity anyways. PC. But yeah, the one true PC, you like get it out of a rock, I guess, or something like that. But in this case, it's not true. And I actually have, I don't know what time I started doing this, but in a number of videos, I started using the phrase, and this affects every PC out there. And I try and say that to head off comments in the YouTube comments or in the Twitter comments that are like, my PC's fine. Well, that person just doesn't notice it. So I actually do put this wording in my videos, but it is not the headline, and it is not, I don't know how often I can just reiterate the exact same thing to just get it through thick skulls, or I don't know, to the ignorant, or to corporations who are just ignoring the issues. I'm still very disappointed that Dead Space has not been looked at. It basically got like 1 or 2 patches, and then they just left it out, like to die.
Oh, it runs fine on my PC.
Yeah, it runs fine on your PC. Yeah, sure. But like this is where I feel like, yes, and I feel like it's really bad that it is trumpeted by developers themselves in some areas. I mean, it's not everyone is. There's obviously a lot of people. This is a diverse topic. We can't just overgeneralize these things about who's saying what. But it is disappointing to see. I did see it obviously on Twitter after the fact, like when Jedi Survivor launched and Redfall launched, and it's like this back-to-back and T-Loop one. There's this like back-to-back just awfulness, stream of awfulness. And then there's the questions coming up. Is it even possible to make a good PC port? And the answer is 100% yes. And it's not even super ambitious always of an undertaking. So I think it's just like, yeah, I also really, really dislike this. And I would really like to see both the tech press as well as the corporations themselves not stop using this wording or stop reporting on it. Like I just see constant reports from smaller tech related websites about like, and this helps, these random INI edits help some users, and it's like they don't help any users. They don't help any users. Stop it. So like, yeah, like I don't know what to say about this. This is one issue where I wish that there was more foundational knowledge on the subject from a lot of parts.
Every time, man, a PC port comes out these days, you can expect like maybe 4 to 5 days after you get that tweet with the logo of the game and a big block of text.
Yeah. I'm just surprised there wasn't the Redfall one. I think there wasn't a Redfall one. There was a Jedi Survivor one. There was definitely a Hogwarts one.
That was because Phil himself came out and basically said it.
Phil was the block of text.
He was the block of text. Dude, though, that Jedi Survivor, though, did you see that thing, Alex, with that random like sequence breaking error?
Yes, that was pretty interesting.
I've never seen anything like that in a recent game where they actually pop up a direct error in the game UI, no less, and like you've bypassed certain elements, and if you continue you may encounter issues, and it's like, do you want to load back to a previous save or do you want to keep going? And I wonder how it ever got to the point where they were like, yep, we can't fix this, let's put an in-world message in there.
That one's interesting. It means like in Zelda that you were talking about, that they put in as a movement technology of some sort, movement tech that allows people to sequence break in a way that they thought like we don't have time to fix for launch in some way. It'll break the rest of the game. So that is really weird.
So I mean, I feel like at that point they'd almost be better like putting up an invisible wall to prevent that jump from happening, or just like crashing the game, even just like, oh no, it crashed, right? You know, I don't know. It's so bizarre. Yeah,
the seams of the world coming apart through a UI message is, I don't know. if that's great design or anything. I don't know. Hard to comment on that one.
Wow.
Well, look, I think, just from my perspective, the way forward is, well, first of all, try and avoid these foundational issues that are cropping up in PC ports, because it is essentially similar things that we're seeing each and every time, right? And they should come up in QA. Shader compilation step, for example, it should be mandatory, whether it's done in the background, whether it's done for the user to wait right at the beginning. We've got to stop with this concept of blaming the user's hardware, because the whole point of the PC is that it's, an infinite combination of components. Yes, there will be some components that are not up to it hardware-wise. That's why you've got recommended specs. But, it's just kind of interesting that in terms of what the user can do, it comes down to buying essentially the fastest CPU you can buy, the fastest memory you can buy, and then you can mitigate to a certain extent stuttering issues. I mean, this is why, the X3D chips from AMD seem to work pretty well. I say pretty well, relatively well with Jedi Survivor, but there were still stutters up to like 50, 80 milliseconds, which is just like nuts. So, it's not pretty, but, we're going to continue to highlight the issue as it occurs. But hopefully, Alex, we can do it in a way that doesn't break you mentally.
Yeah.
Well, I think I did discover like a new way to make a video that doesn't break me mentally, where I just say the game is unoptimizable, which is a very real thing. And I just say, I skip the optimized settings. I say it's unoptimizable, and I describe the issues. And I think that saves my head. It saves my head. Yeah,
absolutely. You can't do optimized settings for a game that's going to have 100, 200 millisecond stutters. Because it doesn't really matter how good the graphics look at that point, does it?
No, it's such a boring conversation at that
absolutely. But that is the final question, and therefore the end of the show. So please do like, subscribe, share if you enjoyed the content. Ring the bell for those notionally instant notifications. Say notionally because now my phone doesn't produce any notifications at all, which is interesting. And DF supporter program. Join us, join our amazing community. Get involved with DF Direct Weekly every week. Early access, amazing DF retro opportunities, bonus materials, all pretty awesome. But that's all from us for this week. Thanks for watching.
This isn't like in the anime at all.
That rocking chair would look great in our new house.
Oh, a new house, eh? Well, you should definitely see how Geico could help you save on home.
Saw you paint a picture of a face that wasn't even close to mine. I know I shouldn't be in love, but it's so hard to move on. You haven't changed, you stayed the same. But if you did, I'd still love you anyway. I'd give you the world like I promised I would, even though you wouldn't do the same. I'd give you the world like I promised I would, even though you wouldn't do the same. Had this conversation more than 10 times. After 9, I still wish you were mine. Haven't ate in 7 days, 'cause I've been up till 6 a.m. Wrote 5 songs all just for you. 3 of them I can't bear listening to. I'd give you the world like I promised I would, even though you wouldn't do the same. I'd give you the world like I promised I would, even though you wouldn't do the same. I'd do anything you want me to, 'cause I love you. Where you been and where you hiding? I know you're lying. Don't you try it, no. You really shouldn't play with fire. Put it out with water, but now you're drowning. There's been a whole lot of trying, whole lot of crying, whole lot of telling me I should be dying to be like you, but I don't wanna be like you. There's been a whole lot of trying, whole lot of crying, whole lot of telling me I should be dying to be like you, but I don't wanna be like you. 'Cause I could do better. I could do better. I could do better than that. And you should know better. You should know better. You should know better than that. You're telling me I should go places. You're telling me that I'm too lazy. You are the one that is going crazy. Yeah. 'Cause you can't even hold your own, but you always know what's wrong with everyone else. How is that? You gonna have to call your friends, tell them that you're gonna be late, 'cause I'ma need you to explain. There's been a whole lot of trying, whole lot of crying, whole lot of telling me I should be dying to be like you, but I don't wanna be like you. There's been a whole lot of trying, whole lot of crying, whole lot of telling me I should be dying to be like you, but I don't wanna be like you. 'Cause I could do better. I could do better. I could do better than that. And you should know better. You should know better. You should know better than that. I don't need your help. I don't need your help. You should help yourself. So yeah. I don't need your help. I don't need your help. You should help yourself. There's been a whole lot of crying, whole lot of trying, whole lot of telling me I should be dying to be like you. I don't wanna be like you. There's been a whole lot of trying, whole lot of crying, whole lot of telling me I should be dying to be like you. I don't wanna be like you. I've been giving you the rest of me. Now you wanna stay tonight. Pity how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. I like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy to find, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for the moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere random. I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pity how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up.